Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. When it rains, it pours. Whenever I try to get online, for some reason, I always start having some issues. I had an issue with my computer turning on. Anyway, figured it out. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday. We are doing some things. So we are going to continue to ride summer until the wheels fall off. Okay. As long as it stops raining outside. That has been a pain in the patookus for me for uh the last week or so. Lots and lots of rain. So, let me know what you're up to. As you know, I'm Courtney with Tangible Reads. This is my channel. So you're here. Much appreciated. Love seeing everybody's faces here. I know it is early yet, so hope to see more of you sooner than later. So, ooh. I'm just looking at some background other stuff that I have over here. I'm trying to figure out if I went to this right program or not. So, but let me know what you were up to. How's everything going for the day? I got up late. I am really tired, y'all. I've been working quite a bit lately. Okay, so I actually have a few days off, which excited about that. I have no complaints about it, but my body is feeling it. So I'm recovering from that. I went to bed late yesterday. Got a few hours of sleep yesterday morning. Anyway, I'm back. Hope's gonna have a good day. So that is the plan for the day. I'm just back here trying to figure out a little timer situation for us. So don't mind my clicking back here. Let me know what you were up to, what your plans are for today, what you are reading, what are you doing, working, all that jazz. Anything you care to share, we're all up for it. Okay, so let us know. Let us know. I will be working out on the first sprints. I did have an alarm set for about an hour and a half ago so that I could work out prior to sprints, reclaim some of that day early on. And I just could not fathom getting out of bed. It just was not happening, which, it is what it is. It was not happening. So that will be what I am doing on the first sprint is getting my workout done. So no complaints there. It's about getting it done. That's what I'm going to do. So I'll do that. And then the plan is to also wash my hair today. It's kind of marinating underneath here. So, and it's cooked today. So that is my plan for today. Don't know what book that I will be getting into, but definitely will be getting into one. I'll decide that probably on the first sprint and maybe listen to some of it while I work out. I did finish a NetGalley arc called What They Did. Is that what it's called? What They Did Yesterday. And it was actually really, where is it at? Did I not take a screenshot? Apparently I did not take a screenshot. So let's go to NetGalley here. Come on, you. NetGalley. And I will show you what that was. It was actually pretty good. It was a thriller, I guess you could say, by Rio Yordes, I guess is the name. I don't know. You can see that. It's called What They Did. So if you're interested, it comes out August 18th. So right around the corner. I did enjoy it. There's some questionable, what's the term I'm looking for? Questionable actions, if you ask me, that were dumb that one of the main characters did, but at the same time it was an enjoyable book. I do recommend it, but I just hate when there's like stupidity in books. It's like, come on now, that's a dumb decision. Why are you doing that? But it happens, so that's that. Trying to get a good enough thing to. There we go. Okay, save that image there. I got a few NetGalley books, excuse me, that I'm planning to partake in for this is ARC month and also audio. So what I'm planning to do is just a little bit of both combined together. And before the day gets away from me, I'm going to go ahead and plug this. I'll be posting something later today. But for my book club, Tangible Reads Book Club, this is the book club pick by Kweke Emezi. It's Son of the Morning. I've been saying On the Morning, which is why I've been having a hard time finding it. But Son of the Morning, it is a paranormal romance of some sort. So that will be the book club pick for the month. And the discussion will be on August 27th. So if you want to go ahead and post that to your calendar, then, you will have that set. But like I said, I'll be posting something later today on my channel about that for the book club pick there. Hello, Miss Tula. How are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? Let us know. Let us know. Have any big plans? All those fun things? Got some crafting going on? Let us know what you're up to. Actually, I think I just found the book that I'm going to have. I think I'm going to listen to How Can I Help You Today by Julia Rule. Oh, is there no cover? No, I don't know. Who wrote this book? Oh yeah, Julia Rule. Okay, well, that will be the book that I'm reading today. There's no cover once you get into the book, but you know how they have those NetGalley books, okay? So this, if I could, I don't know if you can even really see that, but that's my book right there. I don't like that. I can't. Oh, there we go. All right. This is the book that I shall be partaking in. My next read for the day. How can I help you today? So hopefully it's pretty good and it can help me get into a fantastic read. Tula says, busy work day for me today, but I'll be sneaking in some crocheting as I go. Hey, I'm not mad at that at all, okay? You got to sneak in whatever is going to get you through the day, okay? Sometimes just being at work and the motivation of working and money is not enough, okay? So I don't blame you. I work and sneak in reading all the time because that's helps me get through the day, and nothing wrong with that. So that's how I got as far with the book that I just finished. Okay, I get quite a bit of reading done at work, and I am very happy and blessed. I have a job where I have time. I don't always have time, but when I do, I take advantage of them. I feel like my coworkers and I have a pretty good system of getting through a shift. You get through it any way you can, and some sleep, some surf the internet, some watch movies, some read, and I'm one of those people that read. Some of them read too, but anyway. I love that you have the ability to read. It is nice. It is nice. Okay. It's a distraction from work, so that's good. I won't say every day that I have that opportunity, but when I do take advantage of it. Some days are just so busy, it's just like, oh. But I do like that there's so many other people that are readers, so you got to figure out how to not figure out that you're at work. So it's pretty cool. Make sure, excuse me, that you are hydrating because that is definitely important. And we're going to get to this first sprint. Actually, let me see first if I can. I'm on like a different, no, I'm not. All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. I feel like I'm on like a different little platform or something that I am used to on my StreamYard here, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll leave it here and we'll adjust. You like my bandana too. Thank you. Yeah, it's hiding some monstrosity. I will be washing my hair today. It's already prepped. I did a little pre-moisturizer routine yesterday. got some botana oil. So it is ready to be washed. Okay. But I'm going to work out and get it extra dirty again. And then later today, I shall be washing this here. So I want to make sure that I am utilizing as much of the day as possible because you know how that goes. Okay. Still don't know what I'm going to do with my hair, but it will definitely at least be washed. So that is the plan. So there we go. So I have our first race here, and it is an emoji race because I need a little bit of sunshine. Your girl is just feeling like blasé today, okay? I think I'm just very, very tired. I know that. I did get some sleep yesterday and I got pretty good sleep. Not in the morning, obviously, but at night, despite going to bed late, y'all, I sleep pretty well even going to bed late. But I have that. I did have a few drinks yesterday too during the day. I do a sober month of every quarter, the first month of the quarter, and July was it for me. So I got 2 months of non-sobriety. Anyway, but no, but I yesterday I had a few drinks to commemorate now that I can do so. So sleeping or lack of sleep, tiredness, and a few drinks, I am I'm ready to be rejuvenated and hydrate. Okay. Okay, so Tula is gonna go with number 4. Awesome. Let's see what I'm gonna do. So number one has a thermometer in their mouth and they're sick. Number 2 is happy and smiling, just cheesing. Number 3 is just kind of tickled pink, got the little rosy cheeks and smiling. And number 4 is the kissy face and amorous with a wink. I'm gonna go with number 3, who's just a little tickled pink, but not like flat out like cheesing all day. So I'm gonna go with number 3. That sounds like a good time there. Okay. Okay, so y'all are in the chats here. Let choose your winner. There we go. All right. So we're gonna get to first sprint. It's an hour, and I will see you then. Happy reading. And it's the cheesy smile winner. Well, there you go. That is the first race of the day. And the winner is number two. Yeah, so I didn't win. I was number three, and Tula was number four. So it happens, y'all. It happens. I'm not going to queue up. Excuse me, whew, sweating. I'm going to queue up the next sprint while I'm already here. Let me know what you did on the sprint. I worked out, so I'm sweaty, as you can tell here. Not completely done, but almost. I'm on that tail end there of the workout, so that is what I did. I'm going to actually set another hour right here. I have to take a little walk and stretch my legs. So, but I did a little workout for the first sprint, and it was nice. Get that blood flowing and pumping and all that jazz. So, uh, a plan came together. I started my book. What was it called? How Can I Help You Today? I can't remember. It's a NetGalley book, so I can't specifically remember all the details about why I picked it. But that doesn't matter because I did, and it's in my queue. So I'm going to read it. So that is what I did. So I'm early on into it. I'm on page 25. So not that far into it. Thus far is just about a bunch of kids using AI to give them advice because parents don't seem like they're around. So, well, that is it. So I am starting to sweat even more, y'all. Make sure you are hydrating. I have some Gatorade here, hydration powder mixed in this box, but I am hydrating between this and actual water. So make sure y'all are doing the same and taking care of your bodies, y'all. Hello, Anna. How are you doing today? You'll be working during sprints, and I vote for the blushed emoji. Oh, so you chose number 3 as well. Yeah. See, I was gonna choose number 2, but I was like, you know what? They're smiling really happy. I just want the one that's kind of tickled pink a little bit. But yes, you have good taste. Good taste. How are you doing today? And it said hello to gorgeous Tula. Hello. Tula says hello back. And Christine, how are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? Hey, Tula, we can't win them all, okay? You got some other options coming up, okay? You got some other options. I'm rooting for you. Hopefully we root for the same team. Anna says hello to Christine as well. And so does Tula. Anna says, I think I was 2. Wasn't that the blush face? Blush face was number 3. Number 2 was the really like cheeky, just laughing out loud one. Number 2 was the blushed faced one where it was just kind of a little tickled. That's the one I chose as well. Oh, I thought, hold up. I'm off. Tula, I thought you were oh no, Tula, yeah, you did choose number 4 to win. Yeah, Tula, you chose number 4. Oh, you're saying number 3. Okay, I thought you were saying you're number 3. Okay. It is early yet, y'all. Okay. I'm getting the blood flowing, the hydration part, all of that jazz. So I'm sitting here trying to keep things straight. So I was trying to make sure I wasn't losing it. Yes. So me and Anna were number 3, and Tula was number 4. But we all lost. We're all in the same boat, y'all, okay? Hello, Christopher Evenstar. How are you doing today? Long time no see. I just got here and cleaning the house. Happy Tuesday. Well, a happy Tuesday to you as well. And I hope you get some good cleaning in, okay? I could definitely use a good clean over here for sure. I will be having company in a couple of weeks, y'all. Shocker. I never have company, right? I actually have family coming into town for a couple of days. So I will be having the opportunity, that's the catalyst for me, okay, to clean my home thoroughly. It's one of those excuses I use to clean top to bottom, even all the crevices that the guest never sees. It's still one of those cues from me and my husband when we have guests to get our ish together and clean. So that will be coming up for me shortly. All those clothes that I deciphered a few weeks ago, if y'all were here, y'all helped me decide what to keep, recycle, trash, all that stuff. Um, uh, those are still sitting around. So considering family will be sleeping in the spare room where they're in neat little piles all over, it'll give me my good excuse to clean that up and finally go through the donation process. So I have a busy few weeks coming up. But good time, good times. Tula says hello to Christopher and get some more admin done. Got some more admin done and is going to crochet now for a break. Oh, well, that's good. I am glad you're getting some work done, getting things together. That's always a plus, right? Okay. Who wants to be a mess? Okay. Don't be the hot mess that I have going on here, but we're going to get it together. Okay. What are you crocheting today? Let us know. Let us know. Christopher Hello says hello to Tula. And Christine is going to try to get to 40% in my book today. Ooh, okay, okay. What book is that? Do tell, do tell. By the way, y'all, let me know what readathons that y'all are participating in for the month. Okay. I haven't done a TBR and probably will not, but I'll be posting something later today. But I will be doing a mixture of some audio and ARCs. Okay. I haven't really, it's so busy, y'all. Unless y'all tell me, I should go to the spreadsheet, but I don't be paying attention to what's going on unless y'all tell me, okay? So those are the things I know, and I definitely listen to books, not complete audios, okay? I will say that, unless that's the only format I can get. But I do listen to books, and I have some ARCs, so I'm going to combine a little bit of both those. In case you weren't here earlier today, this is my book club pick for August. It's Akwaeke Emezi, Son of the Morning. So if you're interested in checking that out, it's a paranormal romance. I don't think we've done a paranormal type-ish romance. I guess you could say Prince and the Emperor and the Endless Palace is somewhat paranormal. But anyway, this is the book club pick for August. You have plenty of time to read it. Get it from your library or wherever you want. And the live discussion will be on August 27th at 7:30 p.m. So mark your calendars if you're interested there. Should be a good time. I have not read any Akwaeke Emezi. I know Pet and Bitter were on my list, and for some reason I took them off. But I have not read, so I'm excited to get to it. So but yes, let us know which book you will be reading, Christine. Tula is also interested as well. You were telling, yeah, I put that together. Yeah. Yes, Anna, we were number 3. Says hello to Christopher. Mouse, y'all. Buenos dias, Princesa. There we go. There you go. Hello, lovely Kiana. How are you doing today? What are you up to? You're gearing towards work. It's dreaded work, y'all. That's why I'm exhausted. Dreaded work. Welcome for coming today. Tula is working on scrunchies and flower pins. Oh, that ought to be cute. Okay. I always like seeing those. M and Donna's 72-hour readathon and audio August for Livia. Okay, there we go. So I guess I could say I'm part of the 72-day readathon because I attend those sprints very regularly. I'm doing some mood reading through anything that I am participating in. That's my new thing, mood reading through a lot of things. So there is that. So I guess I could say I'm participating in that. I'm just making a note on my post. There we go. Christopher Evenstar says hello to Anna. And Kiana is about to start work. Okay, lady, good luck with that. Make sure you hydrate through it and find some good positive spots on that day, okay, and get you through it more. Uh, Tula says hello to Kiana. It's a long time no see. How the heck are you, lady? How the heck are y'all? Anna says, I absolutely love Emezi. I check out if I can get it. Oh, works. That works. That works. Mark your calendar, okay? August 27th. Should be a good time. I've heard good things about it, Quake and Emezi, okay? I just have not read anything by them. So this is my chance to do so. By the way, if y'all are keeping up, if you're interested, I need to repost it. It's been busy. There's a few things I got to post today, y'all, on my channel. But the book club list is out for the year, has been out for some time, but I had two of the last slots, December and November, were empty as to be determined. I have since, hold on, let me write that so I can remember here. I don't have my planner here. I don't know if I wrote it down. You know how you think of things last minute? Anyway, I have now since book list filled those slots with books. So I do need to repost to make sure that they are current for that though. Christopher Evenstone says, I'm doing short story summer this month. That will probably be enough for me. Ooh, interesting. What do you consider a short story? I know I participate in Shorty September, which I love. I actually save books all year long for Shorty September. I do read some, but there's always a short story that I come across. Shorty September are basically books that are like 200 pages or less. I consider for the most part my books that are 150 pages or less for Shorty September. But that one I absolutely love. Hosted by Too Many Heathers, by the way. So I'm curious what this one is. Is this more anthologies or shorter? Let us know. And it says everything I've read by Quake Emezi has been amazing. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I hear they have a unique voice, so it should be interesting. Kiana says, I'm good, Tula. I was taking a break from sprints, so got a little burnt out. I get you. You don't want to get too burnt out. That's one of the reasons why I slow down my reading a bit so I can absorb it more, but also not like, I don't want to get into a slump, y'all. I've heard a few of y'all gotten into that, and I'm like, no, that's like my sweet spot, you know? So I get taking a little bit of a break. I think it's good for you, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Anna says, Oh, speaking of a break, y'all, by the way. So I read this post. My baby started her day program today. Oh, that's awesome. Get to see some new people too. That might be a good time. You were talking about taking a break. So I saw this social media. Actually, I might still have it. This post last week. Anyway, I have not been adhering to it. I probably should, okay, y'all. I've not been adhering to it. Let me move this. I have things all over the place on my phone. It was talking about doing not necessarily a social media fast. Where's this thing at? I think I just saw it. Yes. So it's by this Kaval. This guy here. This was on IG, but he was talking about basically taking a social media fast worldwide, August 1st through the 7th. Basically a call to put our phones down for a full week, no scrolling, no posting, no mindless consumption, just 7 days of reclaiming your time, your focus, and your presence and your peace. For the 1st through the 7th of August. I think that's an amazing thing. And my plan was to not be online as much. I mean, I don't think I'm excessively online, especially compared to like a lot of other people that I know, especially these young folks, you know. But I can't say that I have done that though. I'm trying. It's hard. I mean, I'm online right now, right? So I'm contributing to the problem. But my goal was not to be as much online. So if y'all don't see me as much in the coming week, I would say week and a half. I mean, besides work, that takes me out quite often. But I actually was doing quite a bit of doom scrolling and whatnot at work the other day. And I keep referring to this. And then I find that I'll think of it, then I'll put my phone down and then pick it up again. which is a problem. I think part of it is that I was nearing the end of my book and I was thinking, like, well, once I get through this book, what am I going to do? And that's when the internet comes out. So just make sure that y'all are taking some time for yourself and for your family, and that you don't let the internet and socials consume you. I mean, even reading a good book takes away from that. So if you feel like you got to get more involved in your book to keep yourself from being online, I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay. So just taking a little bit of time away so that you can reclaim some of your time and for yourself. If you feel like you got that in the bag already, then that does not apply. But just one of those things to think about and be cognizant of, because it is hard to get away from it. I think it's almost like it's an addiction, and it is a psychological aspects. And I think it's very interesting that you have these corporations now that are starting to sue other companies about social media consumption and about how, they're poisoning our youth and all that stuff. But I'm like, these are the same people that probably own those companies too. And so it's just creating a problem that they're trying to benefit off of more. And it's a whole cycle. So just to be aware, just watch out for yourself. Okay. It's nice to take a little bit of a break in whatever aspect that is. And just spend real time with people versus the internet. So I won't be around as much at night sometimes, but I like to pop in. I just don't like to stay on the internet. That's the thing. So anyway, there's that. Says the girl that spent an hour and a half scrolling IG yesterday. That's bad. I don't like to even spend an hour and a half. That's a long time. To me, 5, 6 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe tops a day. And I like to get off. But sometimes it is very difficult. Okay. It's like, what am I missing? Anyway, I hope your baby girl gets all the goodness of being with people, and that it all works out for her. Okay. Keep us posted about it. Tula says, bless you. Glad to see you back, Kiana. Definitely. Have you read some good books in the process? Get some books. Tula says, I'll post a pic of the pen when I finish it. Awesome. Okay. That'll be fun. Kiana says, thank you. Anna says, Kiana, hope you have a beautiful day. Definitely. Hopefully it goes smooth and quick for you too. Okay. Christopher says, Fiber Artsy. Okay. Miss Crystal, Literary Texan. I don't know the name. I've passed by the channel, I believe, but I don't know their name. But Crystal, yes. We used to run in good circles a while back. They're hosting, I heard somewhere that a short story is whatever you can read in one sitting comfortably. Oh, okay. See, I don't ever sit still, but yes, you can read in one sitting quite a number of books. Yes, I'm always getting up and do something, but I've read quite a number of books in one day. So, okay, that ought to be fun. See, there's several opportunities to read short books, y'all. So if y'all are those people that have short books sitting around, and, like I know a lot of us like to read big books, but there's a time and place for all sizes of them, which is why we probably get through a lot of books. I've been reading this Discord lately about the idea of people can't read 100 books a year. I don't know why people are even concerned about other people's business like that, but it keeps coming up for some reason. A lot of times that's one of those discourses that happens at the end of the year when people start posting their stats. But for some reason, it's been coming up lately at the mid-year. And but I'm like, y'all, what does it matter? Just, what other people are reading or not reading. It's not really anybody else's concern. But it is entirely possible. It is entirely possible to read even over that. There are so many different types of books, people's reading speeds, the length, graphic novels, all of those things. Okay. I don't get hung up on the numbers. I get hung up on, is it a decent book? Okay. So I'll leave it at that. I always set my number at 120 for the year, and I have met that in the last few years. I don't know if I'll meet that this year, but it's not a big deal if I don't. Because I have been slowing down my reading, but I kept my numbers as the same. But I either meet it or I don't. I haven't read as many short books or as many graphic novels this year as I normally do as well, but I'm not overly concerned about that. Okay. But I mean, I read. But yeah, people are nosy. But if y'all want to read some short books and that boosts your numbers, whether you like it or not, you have several readathons that are part of that. There is Shorty September. There is Short Story Summer. There's another one I can't remember that somebody was doing. I heard about it last year. It was about short books too. It wasn't in September. It wasn't like labeled summer. It was another month, but I can't remember what it is, y'all. Brain. Christine says, I need one of those, even though I honestly don't use social media that much, just YouTube and WhatsApp. You know what? YouTube is still social media, so taking a little fast from that isn't, I don't think it's a bad thing, even if it's a day or two, because sometimes I'll just have like a day where, because normally I will sprint in some sort, like participate in sprints pretty much every single day. But there are some times that I'm just like, no, I want to, because I find when I'm getting online, it slows down my reading because I'm in the chats and enjoying time. And even when I take time to lurk and just let the chat do itself, the fact that I'm in it, I'm still half listening, or I'll take a break and be in there. If I'm on a time limit, I need to get something read. I just won't go into sprints, okay? If I have the time. Like when I'm outside, it's hot. I can't take my computer sometimes because it's just too hot. And I want to be outside. I love Mother Nature. And so sometimes just the location prevents me from doing that. And then you got to bring the computer and set things up. And, if I'm doing an audio or something, I may need my phone. So, it limits that. Work sometimes limit that. Sometimes I may be able to look at the screen, but I can't hear audio because I'm in with other people. But, it's nothing wrong with taking that little bit of a break. People will be here and they will adjust and understand. We all got our time period. So, but taking a little bit of break is not a bad thing, to take a step away. You have family. All of us have something that's going on outside of here or outside of our phone. This is I think people develop real connections and all, but it's still not the same as, hey, we're on here versus in our real life here, Plus, I got a whole husband over here that, he is very supportive of me and my book stuff, but he wants some of my, he wants some of this Courtney time, and he prefers it to not be with other people in the background. So that is the reason, for the most part, when I'm online in physical, it's during the day. And I also work nights. So the days that I am not working, I spend with my husband, and a lot of that is, especially midnights, whatever you want to call it, it is screen-free time, so I'm not as talkative when I am in sprints at night sometimes. It might be just kind of on the side, so I'm half paying attention, but I'm trying to show support to my peeps because I know a lot of y'all are on at nighttime, but I just, that just doesn't work for my life as much of physically being as present at night as it is during the day, unless I'm at work. And even then, that is very choppy because something happens and I will disappear in a minute. It happens all the time. It's like, unless I'm active in that moment typing and we're having a conversation, I'm kind of half in, half out of the conversation when I'm at work and I'm on sprint, because I will be sitting there and then an emergency happens. And sometimes I don't even have a chance to say goodbye. It's just, I'm out. It's as simple as that. So, yeah. Anyway, that's that. Kiana says they love to say that about readers. Yeah, you know what? I think some people talk about the idea of people are phubbing their reading numbers so that they can get likes, so they can get attention. Some of them are haters, people that maybe want to read more but aren't able to. And some of them I think are basically people that are not readers, that are still haters, in my opinion, are not readers at all and just can't fathom that people would actually want to read. So I'm like, that's y'all business. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Okay. Don't let haters spoil your fun. Okay. Kiana says they need to just leave us alone. Yeah, I don't put too much stock in people that I don't care about. Y'all should think about that. I think people are a little bit more sensitive these days, I think, than they were back in the day. But just think about the energy you're putting towards people that don't matter in your life. We need to build a thick skin and maybe have that as our mantra. Okay. If they're not affecting your life, affecting your money and your relationship, I wouldn't even worry about it. So I listen to some of those discourses and I'm like, kick rocks and I keep moving. Okay. It's just like that discourse I hear about people are not even reading the book. Like they'll be like, oh, you're reading, but you're not even absorbing it. You're moving to the next book. I saw a video about that yesterday. Yeah, you don't even remember what happened. What does it matter? Like, I mean, I keep a little bit of it's a planner, reading planner journal. And I write down some details and notes and questions, as I'm reading, right? So that keeps me kind of in track about that. I got a few. It's so funny because I actually keep these. They're here. These are, what is this one? This is 2025. This is 2024. I don't really go back to them, but just in case I would, but I keep them. But it's very interesting. But, I do reviews online, like written reviews, and so those things keep me accountable for when I go to do that, so I can actually have something intelligent to say. But I'm just saying that I put my notes on paper, I absorbed what I did, and I do retain some information for most of the books that I read, but it's entertainment purposes only. I'm not writing an essay or a dissertation that I have to defend. Okay. So I enjoyed a book, but how many times have you listened or watched a movie and then didn't remember a lot of the details afterwards? It's the same concept. Okay. Like me and my husband will watch a movie and he'll remember the most mundane details from a movie that we watched like 6 years ago. And he'll be like, how do you not remember? I was like, I don't remember everything. Like, he can't remember, like, that he didn't wash the dishes or sweep the floor that he was supposed to do yesterday. But he remembers the most mundane details from some movie 10 years ago we watched once. I don't know. I tell people mind their own business, but but that's one of the reasons, like, at least with books, I try to take a little bit of a break between a book. Now, when I say a break, I'm talking about I finished a book today. Depending on what time it is, I'll start the next book tomorrow. But if I finish the book earlier in the day, I'm probably starting the book that night unless something else happens. But if I finish it midday or at night, I'll wait till the next day. And I just sit and I think about it a little bit. But do I need to sit here and think for an hour and try to remember and write an essay about every book? Absolutely not. And that's my business. Okay. So, to each his own, Ren says, hello. Hola, Ren. How are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? What are you reading? Christine says hello to Ren as well. And Ren is listening to listening to Written on Ice by Smartolin S, hoping to finish today. I have never heard of that. Written on Ice. For some reason, I was thinking you were going to say Ice Planet Barbarian, so I was like, I did not read that right. Written, if I can spell. That's what we need to work on, spelling with these stupid phones, because I don't know if my fingers are fat or if I type too fast. It just does not work for me. By Smartly S. That's not coming up right. Smartly. I'm just curious what your book's about. Oh my God. See, most of this is me going back because my fingers aren't working right. Oh, it's a dark academia hockey romance, right? Hold up. Was that right? No, that's the first one that came up. Let me make sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. I like the cover. And that one character looks mean. He's like, he look like you about to beat up somebody. There he goes, written on ice. Okay. Let's see. Elite University, Black Latina figure skater and a Black hockey player investigate the student's death and they become attracted to each other. Okay. That sounds fun. I like that they aren't both hockey. They're on ice. Figure skater and ice hockey. I like that. Okay. Because they both are on the ice, right? Different styles and stuff, but they both kind of, it's a dance you do to get things together. It's an art form to both of them. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Well, hopefully you enjoy that book and it's a good time. Good time. Ren says hello to Christine. Everybody's saying hi to each other. I'm just kind of going over these here. Oh, the hello goose. Tula says, I don't get doubters and just get on with it. Yes, it's not even something I feel like we should be putting weight towards. I feel like it keeps coming up all the time, but I don't put any weight towards it enough to sit there and post about it. It's not really something I take seriously. I just be like, haterade. And most of the time that's the comment that I put and I keep going. Or I put mind your business and go on with it. But I've seen probably at least 3 videos in the last week of people discussing about the numbers. And that 100 bookmark is the number. I don't know how we got to 100 versus like 200, because there are people that post that they read 200 books, right? Why isn't the number 50? Because 50 is that's like, okay, 52 weeks in a year, right? 50 books is roughly a book a week. Okay, if you want to just look at the division, right? That's a lot, okay? So what if people are like, how can you read that? You have family, you work, you whatever, right? Okay, so if you're saying somebody sat and read, however they read a book a week, okay, why not hate on that number? Because 100 is roughly 2 books a week. So I don't know. Very great, And then I've been seeing this thing lately about the idea that do you even have friends that don't read? That's a whole ball game. I say this. I'm okay with friends that don't read, but I'm going to talk about my books and it might encourage you to read. But as long as you give me the floor to discuss what it is I want to discuss for reading, which is just a matter of respect, because not all friends share all of the same interest, but at the same time, you should give me the platform to be able to, or the patience to be able to hear what interests me, just like I do with you. So then we're okay from that, though. But I have gotten some friends back into reading, I will say. Not as much as I do, but just that curiosity's sake. My husband just likes to hear juicy parts of books, but he hears the plot of every book. Okay, I will tell him that. Ren says hello to Tula. Hey, Chris, how are you doing? They never show up on my phone. Oh, really? Are you ever on a computer and they don't show up as well? I would say make sure that you go into, how did I do it? I don't even know how I went into it. It's some sort of settings and see if somehow she is blocked, if you're not getting comments at all. Because I was having the longest time of Atia's comments not showing up. It would be like rare they would show up, but they would. And somehow I had her blocked. I have no idea. She was the only person because I was going to the YouTube settings and sure enough, her account was listed as being blocked. So maybe I was clicking around a lot something one day and blocked her by accident. I have no idea. But it could be some sort of moderator block or something of why you don't see Kiana's comment. So just a thought there. Ren Ren says this week I'm aiming to catch up on some of the Black romance new releases I missed earlier this year. Hey, there's a lot of them. I've been seeing a lot of people posting about Black romance. Okay, I love a good romance, but I love a good Black romance because I didn't grow up listening or seeing those stories. So and some of the descriptions are very relatable. I enjoy that, but I like a romance that's mixed with something else. I'm not gonna lie. So a lot of these videos I keep seeing that talk about romance, I don't really. I listen to them, but I don't really. Very rare do I write some of them down. I will say that. But some are kind of juicy. It really has to have a good kind of plot to get to me because I need something them just more than a romance. But there's some juicy ones out there, y'all. I think Atia just posted one as well. Chris says the only thing I have noticed in BookTube is the amount of BookTube influencers who don't avidly read or actually read the books they promote. I'm talking about the bigger ones. It's the smaller ones who hold up, who put in all the work. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think some of these bigger booktubers, and not to say they don't read their books, because I'm not going to judge anybody about that, okay? But I do think a lot of these bigger booktubers get a lot of sponsorship, and there is this idea of promoting. But I also think BookTube has gotten so much to where it's like... I mean, it's always been this way, but it's the hauls. It's the, hey, here are all these new releases. Here are these romance. Here's this sci-fi. It's just a presentation of books. So it gives me as a consumer of books that are maybe have not been on my radar, which I appreciate. I'm all for. To me, whether somebody's wrap up or whether they just did a haul and haven't read the books, it still gives me that presentation of a book to learn about it. But I just think that a lot of BookTube is like that. And so these are books that people haven't read. So it's a promotion of a book. And also if you're getting a book for free, okay, especially if you're getting a lot of books for free. Some of these people get a lot of books for free. You don't really have time to read them before you're promoting them, so they're like, hey, here's this, take it with a grain of salt, yeah, I mean, it's the nature of it. I think these days everything is promotion, even outside of BookTube too. Everything is promotion, everything is advertisement. I even read a book, The Dragon King, which I love, by the way. Even in that book, it's a fantasy, but there was this big aspect about technology and promotion, and promotions that are even geared individually towards a person out in public. Everybody wants you to buy something, and that's what it comes down to. Now you as a consumer have the opportunity to say yay or nay and how much you're going to give into that. So take that as you will. We all have free will, just will you give into it or no. But I just be like, whatever. If I don't feed into it, I don't feed into it. I will say there have been big booktubers that, like a lot of the YouTube that or BookTube when I first started, that like a lot of the followers that I was into initially, I've kind of changed how I felt about, and I don't follow as much. I like a more smaller content creator because that's how I am. I think those are people that I do tend to interact more with. Whether we have the same interest or not, it's all about support. But we just tend to have more interaction, whereas you get lost in the sauce with big booktubers. Even in some of their readathons, it's like you're completely just... I like a more personalized experience. It's just, but I don't follow some of them. And then that whole advertising aspect, when that gets too much, I tune out. That's just the type of person I am. So, when I see that, I just tend not to go towards it as much. But if you have a book that you're promoting and I resonate with it, then, I'll listen. Ren says Written on Ice is the first one. The High Life by Anais Starr is the second one. And They All Fall in Love at the End by Hallie Blessing Game is the last one. I like their names. Are those like pen names? Very artistic. I like how this series has like different authors for each book. I think that's very good because then you know they're pretty much standalones but the same world. And that is my jam. Do not need cliffhangers, okay? Tula says, thankfully, nobody has said it to my face. I don't know what I would say if one was brave enough. You know what? People can really get it, okay? There's people who read way more than me. I feel like it's still none of anybody's business of what you're reading, who you're reading. Because I've had people that like will ask me what I'm reading and then they'll regret it because sometimes I go real hard into what it's about. Or, you know, I read a little bit of everything, including things about like slavery. People tend not to want to talk about that. People will talk about the World War I, World War II, be all these enthusiasticness, right? But you talk about the Civil War and relate that to like real time stuff, and they immediately regret their life. It's like you asked, okay? You know, some people feel their sensibilities get in the way when you start talking about certain things that hit a little bit too close to home, okay? Well, then don't ask me about what I'm reading, right? But people tend to, you know, want to ask them things, and then also they tend to judge. Like I had one coworker that I was telling her I was listening to an audio of a book, and she was like, "That's cheating. What would your people in your book community say?" And I was like, "They say good for you. Where'd you get your audio?" You know, she shut up after that. It's like, look, does it matter how I'm consuming this book? While you're sitting there surfing TikTok for the last hour, I'm getting a really interesting story in, okay? So, whatever. People can say what they want. Sometimes I shut down the conversation and other times I open it up, you know? I don't have time for people when I have a book that I'm really interested in. That's one of the reasons in my office I moved to the back corner. For one, I ain't got time for some of the shenanigans for some of the people in my office. I don't have any beef, but sometimes I just don't have time for the shenanigans and useless conversations. But you know, I don't want to be in the midst of everybody when I'm trying to just read and absorb. So I moved to the back, and I'm very, very happy with where I sit at. I don't really deal with anybody because nobody's there. I'm like Jamal in the corner, okay? If I want to speak up or you want to ask me something, it's an effort to go do that, and that's fine with me. You know, I got books to read, okay? Tula says hello to Chris. And Kiana says, I could definitely read more if I stopped doom scrolling on my phone. You know what? If that entertains you, great. Just as long as that doesn't take you away from life. That's the when I have issues, when people scrolling becomes an issue, when they can't get off the phone. And that's part of the social media fast that guy was talking about. Some people just, you can't put it down. And I understand that because even while I'm watching TV, we'll be watching TV and something will come on and my husband and I'll be like, oh, I wonder what that is. And you pick up the phone and you're like, oh, let me see what that is. And then next thing you know, you're on an IG video or something like that. It just becomes a cycle. And then you put it down and then you immediately pick it up. I've done that so much. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is the idea that I'm on my phone and then I put it down and then I'm watching TV or something and then or think of something in my head because, you know, brain's always rolling. And then I pick the phone back up. And next thing you know, it's an hour or two, you know. That's one of the reasons I like that I'm a reader, is that it gives me something else to do besides that. Even though it's a screen or a book, it's not me just sitting here looking at so many different topics. Because I kind of call it ADD Nation, and I don't mean it as disrespect to people, but you know how with ADD or ADHD, your mind is constantly like rolling with different things, right? That's kind of how it is when you're looking at one video, one thing after another, one post after another. It's constant. And I almost feel like you're not really retaining the information because you can just go back and relook at it, right? Whereas when I'm doing something like I'm reading, I'm locked in there for however long I'm in that book. Okay. It's at least longer than 5 minutes, you know. My husband's a gamer. Okay. Now he'd be locked in for hours. Okay. That's a problem. But you know, it's locked in. Now, what I try to do with him though is that he'll tend to have the game going, and then he'll have like his iPad with, like, he'll be playing a game, then there's an actual game like sports on the iPad next to him, and then he has his phone. And I'm like, bro, you're doing too much. Pick a struggle. Okay. Because at some point I'm going to tell you to turn all that off, and then you and I are going to watch something together. Okay. So you just got to hone in your attention, because I feel like when we get too conditioned to putting our attention towards things for short periods of time, then we don't hold attention for anything when we need to. And that's the psychology of the internet, and what they're studying now with younger people is that they don't have the attention span for anything. Not to mention, or that scrolling you're doing, it's advertisements. Okay, the people on there, everybody's like, "Ooh, the TikTok shop," and they're so excited for that video to get you to buy from them. Here's my promo code. Everything you're seeing is like product placement. Like, there was a girl working from home talking about her schedule from working from home, I saw yesterday. And she had a whole rack of like 10 different keyboards. And I went to the comments because I'm like, dang, she like keyboards like that. And she was like, oh, I get promoted, paid to promote these keyboards. She didn't even say anything about it. It's the idea that you asked, you know, oh, here's my code for it if you're interested, you know. But it's always somebody trying to sell you something, you know, an advertisement for you. So you're spending money, getting ideas of how to spend money. And that's part of that process too, you know. It's a lose-lose. Chris said spell check on my phone is a nightmare. Who are you talking about? I got fat thumbs and slow phone, okay? Chris says hello to Tula. And Ren says, if I can click on the comment, I've been trying to get my friends to read at least one book a year. Sometimes they humor me, other times not so much, but I appreciate every attempt. That's good. I like that idea. I like that idea. I like to be around people that think for themselves. That's part of what I think sometimes social media prevents us from doing, is thinking for ourselves, because it's almost like an indoctrination. And it's like watching the CNN and the sports. Like, if somebody says something enough with conviction, you'll believe it. If you keep hearing it over and over and over again, you eventually convince yourself that what is being said is legit, you know. That's why people talking about agendas and politics and stuff, it's a pain in the butt. So sit there and read a book, you know, try to maybe form your own opinion, and then maybe, you know, think about it afterwards. It makes you realize that maybe I can think for myself a little bit, and maybe you'll pick up another book, you know. But I like the idea that somebody made a decision to do something that's outside of what other folks are telling them to do. And I think readers tend to be a lot more of a thinkers when it comes to things like that, regardless of what it is you're reading, mind you. Okay, alien smut or a philosophical novel. I hate when people think that they're smarter and better than everybody else because they read, like, what's the dude I keep hearing? Faulkner and Tchaikovsky, and I probably said that wrong, but there's another guy. It's like a Russian name or something. Anyway, I find a lot of older white male booktubers are like that. I don't resonate with their content. I follow a few, but I just, yeah, I don't like pretentious people. I tend to find that some of the folks I'm not even bothering anymore. I used to. I don't bother sometimes anymore. Christine says, honestly, I've never been a reader. It just so happens to be true that reading is a great way to improve in a language. That's not why I read these days. And I was so thankful to find book too. Awesome. You know what? But you're around people that think. You're around people that expand their horizons, because that's another thing of expanding your horizons and seeing something outside of yourself. I think that's what reading does. And maybe you can get that in other ways too. But I'm a reader, so I tend to surround myself more with readers. So that's what I think more of our community there. But yes, I do agree of trying to get into another language. Reading is a great way because you get to see the structures and all. So, but I appreciate you being around always, always, always. You can pick up some other books too. I've gotten exposed to a lot of different books that I probably would not have known about. And that's one of the great things I like about BookTube here. Even if I'm not active doing something, I'm still always reading. Yeah, that motivation. It does it to you. It does it. I feel like we all have different motivations. We all get exposed to different things. I think we all get indoctrinated to different things, whether we know it or not. That's, I think, just the reality of our world. And, being around readers indoctrinates you a little bit more into that aspect. Okay. Like, you don't necessarily have to read 50 books or 100 books a year. Like, I see some people that post all the time and they read like 35 books a year. They're creating a kind of content around whatever they read and it works for them. Okay. Big booktubers. Well, not huge, but I'm just saying like bigger than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, popular content too for themselves. So I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. I just like people's honesty. That's the only thing that I appreciate. Okay. If you're not reading, don't be lying about reading. Hey, if I haven't read this book and I'm promoting it, okay, then say that. Don't act like you read the book when you haven't. Like, that's the type of thing that I don't like. Okay. I'm not for fibs. Anna says hello to Chris. And Tula says, speaking of Black romance, I'm currently on the C.M. Barnes train. That sounds familiar. C.M. Barnes. C.M. Barnes. What has C.M. Barnes wrote? The name sounds familiar. I'm not going to test off the top of my head. I have read anything by C.M. Barnes. Maybe I just ran across. Ooh, I like that cover. Black urban romance. Enigma series, Winston. I'm loving these covers. Maybe I have read it. I'd have to go back through my Oh, she's beautiful. She's young too. I'm trying to see if anything just pops out at me. I love this Ascension title or cover. Contemporary romance and romantic erotica. Nothing is jumping out at me that I have read by C.M. Barnes. Well, I'm hoping that you're enjoying it. She got some nice little covers. Looks like she's trying to do some stuff. Hold up. This cover looks familiar. The 2:06 a.m. series. What are we doing at 2:06? MLB star Malachi Davis reconnects with his ex-wife through a dating app, leading to a passionate exploration with her and her girlfriend. Ooh, steamy, emotional erotica about second chances with her and her friend. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, C.M. Barnes, I see you. I don't know if I've read anything by them, but it sounds like a book I would have read a few years ago, not just lately. I'm gonna have to go through my Goodreads, Storygraph, or whatnot. Well, enjoy. It looks like there's a little spice up in the mix. Okay. Chris says hello to Anna and belated one to Courtney. I think I forgot to say hello. Oh, all good. You're here. Sometimes I do a blanket hello to everybody. So hello covers you all. I bet you it's fire. Okay. A lot of the bigger booktubers are promoters rather than readers. The videos are geared to get more books from the publishers. Books are accessories for them. That's what some brands have come into. I think some of these booktubers, I think these days, okay, booktube is about reading, right? Or should be about reading. It's about books. Right. I think a lot of times back in the day, like these booktubers, they got in because they were like, hey, I want to read. I want to connect with people that read. And not to say that they don't, but anymore. But a lot of them, when they get to a certain stage, it's all about money and promotion when they're able to monetize and make a decent income from it. I'm not talking like $10. OK, I'm talking about actually make a decent income from it. Right. Because some of these, I mean, I don't know if they do it full time, but can draw in a good part-time paycheck. Okay. I don't know how, if you got it like that with BookTube, you can actually support a whole household off of it on its own. Good for you, right? But I feel like these days I've seen some booktubers that not to say that they got in it to, hey, I'm going to make some money, but I've seen quite a number of booktubers, I think lately, that it seems like, in my opinion, I feel like they're came in out the gate of, I'm here to make some change. Not to say they're not reading, but to me, that's the intention that I got from the get-go versus it turned into that versus big booktubers where it turned to that for them versus being right off. So, you either feed into it or you don't, I mean, there's a lot of people that have Patreons and things like that too. Like, I'm not one of those people. I won't be one of those people. I just don't have the time. It's just not worth it to me. But I'm also not one of those people that subscribe to Patreons either. So I'm not asking anybody anything more than I would be willing to do for myself. But, to each his own, I mean, it's promotion. I mean, it's part of the platform. I feel like it's part of life these days when it comes to social media. So people are taking advantage of it. You either fall into it or you don't, Hello, Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. How you doing? Welcome. Chris says these people need to worry more about the authors using AI or plagiarizing. And that's a whole nother ball game that's coming into mix too. I feel like I feel like as technology advances, there's always people that are going to abuse it. And there's also going to be quite a number of people that will gain success from it. And it's not going to be a big deal. The more that corporations use AI to do jobs that we're not going to be paid for, and we're going to struggle to find positions, the more you're going to have things like that. And the more it's going to move the bar towards that being okay. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality of it too, Christine says, reading is my attempt at getting my attention span back. I like that idea. I like that. There we go. We should market that like that, okay? Like, think about that, of reclaiming attention span by reading. I never thought of it like I like the terminology used. Yep. Okay, there we go. There you go. Y'all, if you are getting your kids, are frustrated by your kids being on phones and stuff like that, I think kind of adopting this mantra in your house may actually be a good thing. Set aside a reading time. That's what I would do in my household like kids. We're setting aside a reading time. I think it's hard to get away from social media if you're living in this world where you're allowing your kids to use it, but kind of limiting and setting a family time. Hey, this is family reading time or something. I think that's fun. That'd be a good idea. Kiana says, it's so bad. I have to remind myself to put the phone down to watch a movie or TV show. It's one of those things. It is. I don't mind. If I get involved in something, it becomes a problem. So I try to, at a certain time, it fluctuates. It depends on what my husband and I got going on. But we will set aside, okay, it's time to watch TV. My thing is, I'll be picking the phone up during it. I didn't used to be as bad until I got into BookTube. And I know, it's like FOMO. My people are sprinting, my people on. I want to show support and see what's going on. And so that's one of those things that I struggle with sometimes, because I want to show support, especially during readathons that are like 24 hours. I want to be involved. I'm trying to show support. But it becomes a chore. It's like, I was on 2-3 days this week. So why do I need to be on all the rest of the time? It's like, me being present is not going to make or break the sprint. I got to think about that. So just watch yourself. If you find that it's taken away from your life and you can't function, then that's a problem. Other than that, just watch. Hello, Miss Christina. How are you doing today? Welcome. Caught up on the admin. Never ending, right? I read Enigma and book 1 of the Winston Hills for C.M. Barnes. I don't remember that. I don't know why that name is ringing and my pen's not working. CM Barnes. That name is ringing such a bell to me. It's going to bother me. I'm going to have to go through my Goodreads and Storygraph, be like, did I read a book by them? For some reason, it's... Well, I bet you they were good. I like the name Enigma. Christina wants us to do the things: hydrate, feed ourselves, check the laundry, meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Excuse me. Hold up, I got another one coming. Allergies. Sorry about that. And ring the bell and hopefully be notified. Thank you very much, Miss Lady. Make sure I do all the things. I'm doing a combination of all of those today. Maybe not the laundry though. Tula says hello or LOL to Kiana. That's me with crafting. Yeah. But crafting's like books. It holds your attention. It's hard to get away from something that you really like. I would much rather it be one hobby that you're devoting time and dedication and passion to that you struggle to get away from, than it just be mindless stuff that means absolutely nothing. It reminds me of, okay, y'all. So I have a video that I posted, I think last week or whatnot. It's about scammers with the romance scams in Nigeria. Very good book, by the way. It's called The Yahoo Boy. Check out my video. This kind of reminds me of that, because you have these people that are scamming folks, right? And we've heard of those, the Nigerian prince, all that stuff. And people are scamming other people out of money that sometimes they have, sometimes they don't. They're borrowing, they get into debt, all of this stuff, ruining people's lives, making them feel bad about themselves, putting their heart on the line, all of that stuff, right? Only to find out just how frivolous that these scammers think of them as being, and it's so funny. They call them MAGAs, which I think is hilarious, MAGA, right? And which is a gullible fool or someone that has been scammed. Absolutely hilarious. I was laughing my ass off when I read that. But the thing is, they spend these monies on like fake brand name clothes, spending the money on drugs, a hotel, and there's no concept of saving this money for something like bigger that means something. Now imagine yourself getting scammed by somebody that just dicked off the $3,000 or whatever, your last $3,000 you sent them, or whatever amount of money, and they just dicked it off like that same day. Wouldn't you feel really just horrible? Like even worse? Even though you got scammed, now you feel even worse about it. It's like you didn't even spend it on anything of value. I feel like I just completely wasted my time over and over again. That's kind of how I feel like when you're taking time away from your family, from friends, from other things you could be doing that has more value in your life. That's how I feel like if you're using that time away to just randomly scroll some videos that you have not even, like, you're not going to remember later. I would rather you be crocheting for something that you love, as a hobby you love, or something you can use, or reading a book that's going to make you more enlightened or feel better or entertain you because you love reading. I'd rather it be things like that than you taking time away for something frivolous, I don't know. That's just the type of stuff. Because I went through some of that with my husband, of his attention span, because he has ADHD too. Attention span being with other things. And I'm like, if you're going to take time away from me, I need it to be worth it. Okay. You better love that video game that I waited an extra hour for you to finish playing for us to sit down. Like, you better love that video game. It better not be some mindless thing. So if he's on a game, because I know how much he loves gaming and sports, I give him a little bit more grace, but I'm not going to wait around for you to look at IG videos. Like I will, to me, it's cut and dry. You need to get off the phone. We said we would sit down and whatever. And this is where it is. There's no grace for just mindless scrolling entertainment when we are doing something versus something else that I know that you really care more about, if that makes sense. Tula says, Chris, my booktube circle is quite small because of this. Yes, 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 yeah. And it's nothing wrong with curating a small group of people that you resonate with more than a bigger whole that's just trying to sell you something. Christina says hello to all the cool people. All the cool people. Anna says hi as well. Hello, Miss Alicia. How are you doing? Just joining, about to get some lunch and work on the library, putting up some fairy doors and tidying up a few things. Hopefully, all of that rain that we've been getting lately has stopped so you can actually concentrate on that project, because I know you were having some issues for a while. But it looks like you are getting it together, so that's good. You're going to be done before you know it. On to the next project. Yeah, we've actually been getting too much rain lately, in my opinion. Too much. You can't even do anything. But it's not raining now, but it started the day raining. During the middle of the night, it started raining horribly. My dog was freaked out. I woke up and she was trying to climb on my shoulders. I'm like, chill, lady, okay? What I did was I squashed her then between my husband and I, and I guess it's kind of soothed her. I was just like, watch your leg though. But she was not happy. So much rain. Tula says hello to Christina. And Alicia says, I'll also be reading Crooked Kingdom Pages. Awesome, awesome. That is a mass, right? Sergey Mass? Let me see. Crooked. For some reason, I keep thinking of, what is that? N.K. Jemisin, and I know that is not the case. Crooked Kingdom. Oh, no, Leo Bardugo. Okay. Right? Leo Bardugo. Okay. I have not read anything by Leo Bardugo. Do y'all like Leo Bardugo? I've not read a full book. I think I read an anthology, which I'm not a fan of anthology, but I read an anthology. I think that she contributed a story. There was another book, sequel to Six of Crows. I've definitely heard of that. There was another book, it was Black, that Leo Bardugo wrote, that I picked up and then decided not to read. I'm trying to figure out what it was. Oh my gosh. I can't find it here. Let me know if y'all know what book I'm talking. The Familiar. That's what is that by Leo Bardugo? The Familiar. Yep. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so I got the book. I intended to read it because, I got pressured by BookTube. And then I got it and I was like, this don't even sound good to me. I couldn't do it. Not that it didn't sound good. It just didn't sound like my cup of tea. It sounded like it was going to be slow and that it was going to be atmospheric, which I will say are not really my cup of tea. So I was just like, I got 3 pages in and I was like, I'm not going to do it. But I hear good things about Leo Bardugo. So let me know if y'all are fans of them. I don't know if C.M. Barnes is your style though, Courtney. Kind of spice. Oh, I like a little spice. I like spice mixed with something else. I've read a few just straight erotica, and sometimes if they're short, I like if erotica just needs to be short, like real short. But I definitely prefer my spice to be mixed with something else. Like give me a good plot, and we get. I need it. Like I like romance, but I want it mixed in the books. So and do it well. Not just over the top, but I definitely read adult because I want some spiciness in there. If I have a romance or book that says it has romance and there's not a spice scene in it, like on page, I'm gonna be pissed. It just burns me up. It's like if I wanted just some angst or something, I would have read YA, because some of these YAs have some really good plots, but I need a little spice in my life, okay? Thank you. Yeah, allergies, y'all. Allergies here. Hello, Miss Kelly. How are you doing? Are y'all sprints done here? I did not make it today. Not gonna lie. I got up late and then I started sprint and worked out, which I still need to finish. And here we are. It's been a day. I feel like the day is starting to get away. So we're going to do these comments and get to the sprints. But Days, I still got to wash this hair too, but I got all day for that. Eating lunch, chili, sausage, and crackers. We're down to pantry eating for the next week. Okay, trying to clear out the cupboards there. I need to do that myself. Tula says, I put the book down to pick a craft up and then switch between. YouTube is playing in the background as white noise. I feel your pain. I don't mind doing that during the day. And I will do that throughout most of the day. I feel like it's almost like me, BookTube keeping me company. And I love that. Okay. Just at night when I'm with other people, i.e., my husband, I tend to want us to focus on that. So that's where I feel like it comes into play. But yeah, I think we tend to all switch around the different things that we love. It's lovely that we have hobbies because there are a lot of people that don't have hobbies. I learned that a lot when big time, like with my coworkers, especially when they have a kid or two or whatever. It's hard to get hobbies and keep them because some people run themselves so much between their kids that they forget that they're people too. And I try to express that upon my coworkers sometimes because, I had two of them mention to me like in the last few months about the fact that I read a lot. And I was like, it's good to have a hobby because you're a person too. And you forget that. Just because you're a mom or a dad or whatever, it doesn't mean that you cease to exist and your needs don't need to be met. Okay. It was a coworker that was just complaining about being tired and stuff. And I'm like, I think some of the things and the stress that we put on ourselves are things that we put on ourselves. It's like if you want to be micromanager of any and everything around your home for people that don't appreciate it, then you can go right ahead and stress yourself out. But if you take a little step back and make somebody else step forward a little bit, you can maybe reclaim some of that time for yourself, or think about the things you don't really need to be doing, to each his own. Maybe I'm coming from an idealistic, privileged in my head point of view, but I think that we could definitely all have some time for ourselves to where we feel like we can entertain these things that we like to do. Crafting and reading and stuff like that, and juggle them too. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you put it in perspective of, hey, I got to put this down and pay attention to the people that I love and care about. You're good to go. That's the whole idea there. Right. I'm off to do worky stuff, but we'll leave the tabs up. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much, Tula, for coming by and engaging. I appreciate it. Okay. Watch them books and crafting. Good time. Okay. Christina says hello to Molly and Alicia and Kelly. Alicia says hello back. Anna says hi. And to Kelly. Alicia says the last bookcase is done with paint, so we are done building. Just need to let it dry before moving it to the library. I can start organizing and moving all the books back in. Ooh, see, and that's a whole nother chore in itself. But it's a good project that you care about that's keeping you entertained and on task. So there you go. Leah Berdugo. Yep. Well, hopefully you enjoy the book. That all works out for your best for you. Hello, Brianna. How are you doing? Do you want to be called Brianna or Brittany? Let us know. Welcome to the channel. Ninth House. I've heard of that as well, but it was the familiar. That was the one that I picked up from the library. Black cover. Oh, she likes. I did notice that her covers seem to be dark. Just on scrolling on the thing, but they work though. It's pretty cool. As a psychologist, I second that, Courtney. We're first a person, then whatever identifies you in society, and then a parent. Yeah, I think we just I think there's a lot of things that goes on. And so it's hard to think about it that way. I think taking a step back helps, I think the less complicated your life is, I think it's easier. And I say complicated by I don't have kids, that's a whole story, but I don't have kids. So I think that's a privileged aspect for other people that do, to be able to spend more time thinking about myself versus others. So I know that that's hard and it's so much easier said than done when I say take a step back. Okay. But at the same time, it is possible. So just whatever situation that we are in life, I think it's good to take a few minutes and think about, evaluate. I think it's always good to do that. I do that every few months of sit and evaluate what is stressing me out and how can I alleviate some of that. Some things you can, some things you can't. Work, can't do that. I need to make some money. It is what it is. I work nights. That's a little bit more stress on my psyche and also on my relationship as much. But I make more money at night, and I thoroughly enjoy working at night for the job I do. That's not something I plan to give up anytime soon. So those around me, including myself, will just have to adjust. It's as simple as that for me on that one. But it's like, what can I do to make that less stressful? Okay, I read. I make sure I try to get as much sleep as possible. I put myself on a sleep schedule. I try to stick to that as much as possible, regardless of what else is going on. You just got to think about those things. Okay. If you got kids and you're being stressed the hell out for whatever, okay, what can those kids do for themselves that you are doing and micromanaging that you don't need to be doing? Do you really need to be running them this way, anyway? I'm not a life coach. I just offer life advice that is unsolicited. Anyway, y'all. That's that. But yeah, I agree with you on that one, y'all. Just put yourself first. I know that sounds really weird, but putting yourself first and just thinking about yourself, okay, allows you to be better for other people. Now, I'm not saying be a selfish a-hole. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying thinking about yourself. When you're on the plane and they say if the plane's about to go down, put your oxygen mask on to you first before other people, including the kid. You can't be good for other people if you yourself aren't good. So just think about that, Anna says hello to Brianna, and Brianna is all good. That's good. Stay good. What are you reading? What are you doing? We're about to go to the second sprint, y'all. We've been talking a minute. Much appreciated. I love all these conversations. We have an hour on the clock, and we are going to do a race because I could use some exercise. Am I going to get this same exercise they're doing? No. But we are going to support them. I'm going to stretch. So we have 1 through 4. We're going to go with shirt color. So 1 is red. She looks very happy. Number 2 is yellow and looks interesting. Number 3 is also smiley happy. That's blue. And number 4 with that green she looks very unsure if she wants to run this race. Okay. I'm torn between 1 and 3 because I love a happy face that looks normal. 2 looks very scary. I'm not going to lie. But I'm going to go with my girl Flojo in number 3, y'all. What are y'all going to do? What y'all got? What y'all got going on? Who will win this race? You like blue. There we go. I like that blue too as well. I like the green on 4. That's probably my favorite of the colors, but I'm gonna go with number 3 on that one. Okay. So put in the chats who you think is gonna win this race, who you want to support you, and all that jazz. And we are going to go to our next sprint here. I'm going to finish up my workout and grab some food because I am hungry and go from there. Okay. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the chats there. So we're going to go and start with our race here. Okay. Oh, there's Kiana goes for number 3. Okay. That works. So we got 3 and 3. Okay. Okay. 3 got some good support behind. Anybody want to go? Last chance. 1, 2, or 4. Bueller. I say that all the time. Okay, Chris is gonna go with number 4. Okay, 3 and 4 are getting some love. Okay, that works. That works. All right, we're gonna head to start this race, y'all. Okay. Hey, Jean, how you doing? We are going to go. Number 1. Okay, last minute. Number 1 got some support. I'm glad old girl got some support because I wanted to choose her in 3, so I had to figure it out. And 2. Okay, there we go. Okay. Everybody got some support. Okay. I like everybody to get some support in here. Okay. Come on, ladies. We're going to pull it out. Okay. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. See you in an hour. Go, go. Hey, number 3. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Number 3. Hold on, yo. I'm just grabbing something real quick. There we go. Number 3 is the winner, y'all. Okay, I'm not mad at that one at all, at all, at all. How did that sprint go for everybody? Oh my gosh. Trying to fiddle something with here, y'all. Bear with me. Should I do gray or should I do black? Let me do black. Done, I think. I'm trying to get an organizer, over door rack organizer. I was trying to complete this and make sure I got everything done before I got off of this page, because then I will forget later. I don't know what this is. See, this is why we got to get off the internet, because when we scroll, it's always something else that we find. That's a good one. Anyway, how's it going for everybody? How'd it go? What did that sprint bring for you? Let me get this one off the screen here. I finished my workout and I fed myself. That's always a good time, okay? Always a good time. So I can't complain about that, okay? But let me know how y'all did on that sprint. For the winner, like I said, it was number 3-1. Flojo is what I call her. So Alicia and Kiana and me. I don't think I see anybody else that voted for home girl there, but we have number 3, which was the blue that won for that particular race. So like I said, I finished my workout, I ate, I read a little bit more of my book, and I cleared out a sink because I need to wash my hair on this next sprint. So I cleared out a sink so that I could do that and have space to do it. And that's what I'm going to do the next sprint, is wash my hair, unless something comes up that prevents me from doing that. So I'll probably be conditioning it after that. I'm just queuing up this next timer here. I ate a salad, by the way, for my breakfast / lunch. What time is it? It is 1:35. Yeah, I'm definitely late. But that is what I ate for food, and it was good. So no complaints there. So Jean popped in. Hello, Miss Lady. How are you doing? You're loving the arc. Your boyfriend needs an exorcism. I like that title. Does that have some comedic elements to it? Your boyfriend needs an exorcism. I like that title a lot. Okay. And how big is that book too? That sounds like something I might want to go and request. Oh, and is that YA, or like what age range is that book for? Let me know. Anna says hello to Jean. This is us all choosing our numbers there. Hello, Miss Nicole. How are you doing today? I joined just as the sprint began. I'm reading Cutting for Stone. Oh my gosh. Allergies, y'all. Sorry. Cutting for Stone sounds familiar. I don't know what that is about. Let me Cutting for Stone. Thank you for joining us today. Hopefully everything's going good for you. Cutting for Stone. Abraham Verghese. That's what that is, right? Good. Y'all, what is going on? It's probably this room. Oh my God. Cutting for Stone. Abraham Verghese, he wrote The Covenant of Water, sweeping family saga about twin brothers born in Ethiopia to an Indian nun and British surgeon, orphaned and raised by other doctors. Ooh. That will be a very poignant book. Okay. Themes of medicine, family, and identity. I bet. All right. That sounds like that'll be very interesting. That'll hold your attention for sure. I bet you there is some drama in that book. Well, hopefully you enjoy that one a whole lot, okay? Hello, Chris. How are you doing? Hope we're having a good sprint. Doing our thing, doing our thing. Are you sprinting today as well? Let us know. Let us know. Kiana got to 5% of Say You'll Remember Me by Abby Jimenez. That's the new one, isn't it? I think there was a new book I saw on the Prime Reads or something by her. Let me know if that's the new one. Yes, we won. There we go. There we go. I feel vindicated. Okay, it's nice to win a race, at least one per day. That's our second one, and so I'm 1 for 2. So I'm good for the win if I don't have any others for the day. So whoo. Alicia ate lunch and had some chocolate chip cookies, got a package, and started labeling school supplies for the kids. But still, no teacher announced for my son on the app. Yeah, these kids are going back to school. Well, you're getting some productivity done already. That's good. And you're starting for the kids as well for the future. So, not mad at it at all. You deserve those cookies, okay? Deserve the cookies. I think they do such a great job now with the apps and things like that to keep you so much more informed about like what kids need and who their teachers are. Like I remember like I had to go the first day to find out who my teachers were, Now all that information is like preloaded for you so you know what to expect. But that's the thing. They preload all that information for parents and give you access to all the info with apps and all the things so you know, which means they now expect more of you. That's more of your dollars, okay? Yeah, she was like, yeah. She was running for sure. Alicia made slips of paper from my August TBR to pick one and start reading that one. Ooh, okay, that worked. That worked. Which one? Which one? Have you already picked yet? Or we gotta wait? Anna says, I moved forward on a task, walked Tesla, and got lunch. Okay, there we go. Everybody's being productive. I like that. Okay, get some things done today. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Christopher listened to 1491, a history book about First Nations while cleaning. Okay, there we go. Learn some stuff and get the place clean. Nothing wrong with that. Ren made it to 80%. 88. Did I say 80? 88% of written on ice. Okay, that works. That works. Getting in there. And Kiana says March 2025 kind of new. What? Hold up. I'm March 2025. What is? Oh, that's when. I was thinking that was when a book came out. What's March 2025? I'm losing it. I'm sorry. My brain, y'all. Oh, that's when it came out. Okay. I'm looking back at your other comments to see what I missed. Okay, I get you. For Abby Jimenez. Okay, well, I'm thinking of another book. Maybe I'm thinking of another author. Did she just have a book come out recently? Let me see. I could have sworn I saw her name. I could totally be losing it. Abby Jimenez. I was going through the first reads and I thought I came across her name. This is like 2-3 days ago. That's Abby Jimenez. Got a little cupcake in it. Abby Jimenez, new book. Okay. All right. The Night We Met. That's still not, no, because that's March. I'm thinking of like this month or coming out next month. Because the first reads gives it to you a month in advance. Not that I ever read it a month in advance. I'm always reading it months later, so it's already out. Next book. Oh, so apparently she has another book that's coming out called A Merry Little Christmas in October. Okay. And then she has another one coming out in spring of 2027 called Feels Like Falling. Man, she is busy. Okay. I'm not mad at her. I must be thinking of another author. I don't think it was her, but I'm glad she is popping out her books and doing her thing, y'all. Brianna says, I did my skincare routine, a little bit of cleaning, and answered some emails while watching TBR videos. Okay, that's productive. Took care of you. I like that. I like that. Alicia, have not picked the first book yet. Let me do that now. Ooh, let us know what you come up with. I pulled the slip, and so the first book I'll be reading is Bridesmaids for Hire by Megan Quinn. Oh, that ought to be fun. I think I've read a Megan Quinn book before. It's hilarious, I think, if I'm thinking of the right person. So, okay, well, hopefully you enjoy Bridesmaids for Hire and let us know about it, okay? Here's what we're going to do here. Well, we have time before we go to the next sprint. We're going to do on this day in history. We have 2 more sprints left, by the way, y'all. We're going to do this one, and then we're going to do another one, which should get us out of here roughly on time. Let's see. Today is the 4th, August 4th. All right, so on August 4th, U.S. motocross racer Travis Pastrana performed the first ever double backflip on a motorcycle at the 12th X Games in L.A. He earned the top score of 98.6 and finished the games with 3 gold medals. Okay, you go, boy. That was in 2026, winning some X Games medal. Apparently, the first helicopter was out there. It says French engineer Pascal Chrétien, who built the first electric-powered Solution F-train helicopter, flew it for the first time on this day. Tethered to the ground, the aircraft hovered 19 inches off the ground for just over 2 minutes. You got to start somewhere, okay? So the first electric helicopter is in 2011. I don't know that'll catch on too long, but we shall see. You have to have a little bit more of a power and control for that to really be a thing for the future. That was in 2011. So in 1590, the Hojo clan surrendered to the army of samurai lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi, ending the 3-month-long siege of Odawa Castle. This event marked a step towards Hideyoshi's unification of Japan. Okay. Louis Armstrong was born today in 1901. You know, he is that trumpet player. His transformed jazz style performance and unique singing style. Wasn't he the one that damaged his lips or something like that by playing the trumpet, Louis Armstrong? Let me know. And then you got Kishore Kumar, who's an Indian singer and actor, sang more than 2,000 songs in different Indian languages. Was born in 1929. All right. In 1944, Anne Frank and her family were found and arrested by Nazi officials during the Holocaust in Amsterdam. Wow. Okay. I remember reading the book, The Diary of Anne Frank. Have y'all read that? I do believe it's required reading in school still, but I'm not sure. I know it was a few years back when I last checked. But 1944, Anne Frank, who was in hiding from Nazis during World War II, her and her family were found. In 1945, one of the world's first electronic bugs, which was a listening device, was hidden in the study of the U.S. ambassador in Moscow. For the next 7 years, Soviet agents used it to spy on the USA before it was discovered. Ooh, 7 years for a bug. You know what? That's good technology that it continued to work for 7 years. No maintenance. Y'all, that was in 1945. And then you have 2020, a massive explosion in a warehouse in the port of Beirut, Lebanon, severely injured 6,500 people and killed more than 200. That's so sad. So you have a warehouse fire. You have the Soviet Union is listening in via bugs on the United States. And Frank's family was found. The first electric helicopter, X Games guy, Louis Armstrong, and Japan's unification. That is this day in history, y'all. This day in history. Let's see. Kiara have to head out. Well, thank you very much for coming. Much appreciated. Hope to see you again in the future. Remember, there's nothing wrong with taking some time for yourself, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. Everybody say bye to Kiana. And to yeah, I got it, Kiana. And Alicia says, I've never read it, and I don't think we had it and required reading that enough. Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Different schools have different things. I know Florida has their own little take on things, but I know when I was in school, I grew up in Texas. We it was definitely required reading. I actually read a graphic version of it a few years ago, just on my own. But very sad, sad situation for sure. All right, y'all, let's get on to our next sprint here, okay? And we have a rubber ducky race. Something fun and light, right? Okay, so we have 1 through 4. 4 is pink. 2 looks like a bumble. Oh, sorry, hold up. 4 is pink. 3 looks like a bumblebee. Number 2 is a plain duck, and number 1 is a clown. I like a bumblebee duck. I'm going to go with number 3. First, I was going to go with the clown, but I'm going to go with number 3, okay? Bumblebee duck. These ducks are dressed to impress, okay? Which would y'all like to pick? Alicia went to school in 2 different states in Germany. Oh, okay. And no required reading? Yeah, different schools have different thing. And I know in the schools that I went to in Texas, definitely required reading. And I think it was still up until a few years ago, but I haven't checked. So a very interesting book for sure. Ren says the big costume is cute. Yes, it definitely is cute for sure. For sure. We never had required. Really? Wow. That's interesting. Okay. Do you have a choice? Like, is there a required reading list as in you get to choose certain books off of a list? Because I remember we had certain books we had to read like together and write essays on, and then we also had like a list of books, basically student's choice, but you had to choose something, but it was a list of books, all like classic literature type stuff. Okay. I wound up choosing Jane Eyre, but basically, like I said, you had required as a group and then selection, automatic selection, I guess, for books. But I would like to think that you have more options now, but it just depends on where you want to what you want. I remember a coworker of mine complaining. I just could not relate. It was such a, I don't know, I couldn't take this coworker serious because she had some just internal biasness that she didn't recognize. Very closed-minded individual. But I remember a few years ago she was talking about how her kid, he was in high school, didn't want to read. I guess they had like a list of books that they had to read. Like, I don't know if it was for the summer or what, but it was a list of books that they had to choose from. And she was pissed because her kid basically was like, I'm not going to read one of those books because I don't want to. And she was like backing them about, well, the kids should be able to choose whatever they want to read. I mean, not everybody wants to read all of these, any of these books here. Okay. They should send home a list for what the parents should want their kids to read, and they should be able to choose from or whatever. And I don't know how the school board chooses this, but she was basically acting like it was just one person that chose the reading list. And I was like, it's probably multiple people that went in there. But I think if parents kind of showed up for some of these board meetings or whatever, then they may have maybe a bigger say in some of these selections. But she was just like, I'm not going to make my kid read any of these books. I don't care. And they better not fail him. And he's just not interested in them, so he shouldn't have to read anything that he's not interested in. If they would have like a book about planes, that he would read that. Why can't kids have books about planes? I'm like, well, not everybody's interested in the books about plane. I definitely would not be interested, but I can tell you that I did not want to read Wuthering Heights. I did not want to read Jane Eyre. The Scarlet Letter, I wasn't initially interested in. I like the context, but I'm just saying, most of those books that we read in school, I was so not interested in, but I read them because we had no choice. But just the idea that she said the kids should be able to choose which books and write a book on whatever topic. I thought was just very interesting. I was like, there should be some sort of approval process in that instead of just picking a random book. But for somebody that complained she wasn't going to go to any school meetings, then I'm like, well, you don't have a say. So whatever. Alicia says the only required reading was that what we had in class, but never outside of class. And my summer reading was my choice. Yes, exactly. Summer reading was also my choice too. But I think now there is there a summer. Somebody at school was not school work was telling me about a required summer reading list that they had the kid had to do. I didn't know that that was such a thing that you could require kids to read over the summer. I personally did on my own, but I don't ever remember school requiring me to say, here's a list of books that you have to read on your own time on your own summer break. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I was a reader, so I did. I didn't like classic books because the writing was so small, but also that classical language of, saying things without saying it and all the flowery literary language was just not my thing. And we didn't have e-readers back then, so it's like tiny print that hurt your eyes. You're like this. Anyway, okay, so we have me and Alicia and Ren. No, hold up. Me, Alicia, and Ren, I believe. Did Alicia? Oh no, Alicia picked 4. Okay, I was like, no, that's Admiral, right? Okay, so me and Ren are picking number 3, and Alicia's gonna go with the pink ducky for number 4. And we're gonna get to our reading sprint here. Okay, second to last. Happy reading. I thought I had 10 more seconds. Okay, so number 4111. Awesome. Y'all, we are going to go right into our next sprint because I'm still washing my hair and it is full of soap. Okay, I really did need more time. Okay, but I believe, let's see, it was number 4 was the winner for Alicia. Okay, so let me see for the next sprint here. How about we just do another rubber ducky race here? Okay, that'll give me time, but I have to choose something else. So we have, that's actually not fun. Nope, nope, nope. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm a mess, y'all. Okay, dripping soap everywhere. Let me find another race because I don't like to do the same. Oop, cancel. There we go. Hold on a second. The chores. Okay, well, how did everybody do for that sprint? As you can see, I'm full of soap. I ran into an issue and started late with my hair, but I am in the middle of this monstrosity that is, the bane of my existence sometimes. But that's okay. That's okay. We're going to get it done and call it a day. I'm just living real quick, trying to get this together. Let me see. I see some people in the chat. Kelly says it's National Clown Day. Okay, I did not know that, but clown did not win. It was all pink. Hello, Briss Bree. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What are you up to? Your computer frozen. I missed the whole chat. Oh, you didn't really miss too much. We're just still working on it. I'm trying to get us into our last sprint here for the day on my end. Nicole says now have lunch, run some errands, and hope to make it for longer next week. Awesome. Okay, well, hey, do what you got to do, girl. I completely understand. Ooh, Red, you are doing it. Okay, 4 stars. That's awesome. Are you on to the next book in this series or giving it a little bit of a rest? Let us know what your plan is, okay? Hopefully you enjoy this hockey ice skating romance. That's always a good time, right? All right, here we go. Here's our next sprint here. We got purple. You already know I'm going to choose purple. That's my favorite color. Okay, so we got 1 through 4. 1 is purple, 2 is green, 3 is, looks like a light purple. We'll just call it white because it looks probably more white to y'all. And then number 4 is blue. I am loving that blue color though. It's beautiful. But I'm going to choose 1 because that's just what I do. Ooh, you don't even see it. Can you see it? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. Actually, it looks more like a light purple. All right. Dark purple, green. We'll go light purple and a beautiful blue. I'm going to still stick with purple. So somebody else choose number 4. And if it wins, then I'll say I pinpointed you in the right direction. Let me know. Choose your poison. Choose your poison. I'll give you a few seconds. Then we're going to go to the next sprint because I am dripping here and this hair is ready to be washed. I'm letting my shampoo kind of marinate because I've been having some scalp issues. So that's what got away from me. But it is done marinating now. So let's see here. Make sure y'all are hydrating, drinking your water. Let me finish this one here. Okay, 40 ounces. At least this one's done. That's my 40, y'all. But actually more because I drank some Gatorade earlier. But I am all good in the hydration department. Okay. Brianna goes for, there you go. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay. Give 4 a chance. That blue is popping. How come the purple isn't popping like the blue? I'm telling you, it's just shining. I'm loving that blue. Okay. It's so funny, y'all, because at work, I work at a hospital, so we have a certain scrub color, and they are changing the scrub colors now, which I'm not a fan of because I'm really liking the color that we have, and they're changing it now to a black color. It's a blue. What we have is a blue, but they're changing it to black. I have worn black and gray through most of my life. It took me a while to embrace color, and I am loving color these days. And now I'm going back to black drab, which does not mix well with alcohol for spots. So whatever. I got a little bit of time though. I'm going to wait till the last minute before switching over because I have a lot of pretty blue, almost brand new scrubs. I keep mine in pretty good condition. So, okay, y'all, put y'all what y'all want in the chats. We're going to go ahead and get to this last sprint. Okay, make it count. Okay. Oh, y'all. I think I need to set this timer a little bit more to get across the house. All right, hold on a sec, y'all. Oh, oh, purple one. Look at that. Oh, gosh. Sorry, my allergies are not being a friend to me today, y'all. But I did win 2 races. So purple butterfly it is, number 1. That's a good, exciting time. Awesome. Okay, y'all, as you can see, I've washed my hair. I have conditioner in it. I was actually under the blow dryer over there. So I am ready after this to go wash and also get in the shower. So, but I am glad I am 2 for 2 with this last sprint that we just completed there. Let me take that off, actually. There we go. How did everybody do? Oh my gosh. How did everybody do on that sprint? Besides the hair shenanigans, I actually was reading my book as well. Let me see. I'm 23% into my book, so I am definitely still early yet, but it's okay. My book has a lot to do with technology. What was it called again? This is a NetGalley ARC. It might actually already be out. How can I help you today? Which is, let me double check this one already here. How can I help you today? Which was actually published back in April, so it's already out. I picked it out late. I think I picked this last month, so it's already been out for a while, but not archived. So I figured I would go ahead and take a look at it. But it has a lot to do with technology, spying software that basically adjusts responses to your emotional state to support whatever it is that you want, which isn't always a good thing because sometimes people need to be told no. So we're seeing some of that in this book that is going through basically, I think it's like a high school and different perspectives. So I'm really enjoying that and seeing how it plans out. Hopefully something really fun happens and it's not just about the dangers of technology. I want something more salacious to happen. Okay, where are we at? I lost where I was at, y'all. Okay, that's not good. All right, here we go. Okay. Brianna was, nope. I went past that, didn't I? We choose that one. Choose the butterfly, which was the race. Okay. I think we're on track now. Okay. So number 1 was the winner. Did anybody else choose number 1? I didn't see anybody else choose number 1. Brianna chose number 4. So there we go on that one. Alicia missed the chatty bit. I was working in the library. I timed my needed clips and moved some things around. Okay. Rocking and rolling. There we go. Getting some clips done. Getting the library figured out. You will be having a great library once you get it all said and done. And it'll be exactly the way you want, which is really, really nice. Okay. So all the hard work pays off in the end. You picked the blue butterfly. Okay. That blue was really pretty, wasn't it? I really like the color on that one. Chris says, thanks for sprints. Thank you very much for coming as well. This is the end of the comments here. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for your patience with me kind of running late here today. Got some reading done. We got Molly finished a book up in the house, so not mad at that at all. Hopefully you continue to have good reading. Earlier, I was saying that my book club pick for August, totally brain fart there, is Son of the Morning, which is here by Kweki Emezi. The discussion will be on August 27th. So I hope to see you there. I'll be posting some stuff later today. So if you want to check that out. I did post last week about a library incident that happened to me, if y'all are interested in checking out that video. And then also, let's see. What is? Oh, I'm looking at July. I'm sitting here. I'm like, that does not look familiar. Yeah, I posted on Saturday, and I will have a little short video coming out tomorrow. So that is it for me. Thank you very much, Ren, for coming by as well. Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. Y'all stay safe in these streets. Be calm, collective, and, all that good fun stuff. Okay. Y'all have a good day. Okay. Bye.